Okay, hello and welcome to our coverage of second one-day international between West Indies and New Zealand from the Providence Stadium in Guyana. This is game number 2 and welcome everyone. Playing 11 is out for both the teams, so let's have a check at the playing 11. And there are a few changes as well on this day, so let's have a look. New Zealand winning the toss and opting to ball first. So let's have a look at the quick playing 11 for both the teams. West Indies, and they have just made one change today. Shama Joseph is out and Matthew Ford is into the squad. He's back in the team. And if you look at the playing 11, John Campbell, Akim August, Casey Carty, Shai Hope, the wicketkeeper, captain for West Indies, Shafan Rutherford, the all-rounder, Amir Jangu, Gudakesh Moti, Kerry Pye, Alzari Joseph, Matthew Ford and Whittle Lowe's. This is the playing 11 for West Indies on this game number 2. Let's have a look at the playing 11 for New Zealand. Yeah, the playing 11 is out for both the teams. And if you look at the playing 11, they made one change. They have made one change in this game number 2. Players are entering shortly into the field. So let's have a look at the playing 11 for New Zealand. They have made one change. They brought back the all-rounder Dean Foxcroft, replacing Nathan Smith. So if you look at the playing 11 for them, it's Henry Nicklaus, Will Young, Mark Chapman, the all-rounder, then Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, the wicket-keeper, Michael Bracewell, Mitch Santner, the skipper, the captain for New Zealand, Dean Foxcroft, Matthew Fisher, Jacob Duffy and Jaden Lennox. So this is the playing 11 for both the teams. Both the teams have made one change on this match number 2. And players are out and the game will begin shortly. If you look at the conditions, and if you talk about previous game between West Indies seamer Justin Greaves has been ruled out of the second and third ODI due to a back injury. So they have brought back Shimron Hetmeyer, will join the squad for the 2 games as Greaves' replacement. Hetmeyer was not earlier named in the ODI squad because he was playing in MLC, but now with his franchise AUKUS failing to qualify for the MLC playoffs, Hetmeyer will return for national duty. Game begins and the opening batters for West Indies, John Campbell and Akim Auguste, will start the proceedings for West Indies. And on the other hand, with the new ball, Jacob Duffy to start with the new ball. Welcome everyone for the second ODI only on YooCric. Starts off with Doddo and West Indies opens their account with a wide. Jacob Duffy just missing the line. And if you look at the stats for the batsmen, Akim Auguste, 5 innings, 94 runs. He's just 22 years old. John Campbell, 10 innings, 310 runs in his ODI career as well. So not that experience, not much experience they have in this format. But there you go, first boundary. John Campbell with the first boundary of this innings. New Zealand winning the toss, opting to ball first. And let's see how the power play goes for both the teams. But that's a great start in this first over for West Indies after that wide ball. West Indies would be eager to get a win. They would be looking for a comeback in the second game. West Indies, on the other hand, would be looking to continue their winning form. Excellently played by John Campbell towards that backward point, finding the gap. Again, bowling from over the wicket, Jacob Duffy. And when asked Shy Hope on batting first, we have to do it. It is something that you cannot control at the toss. And we just understand what we have to do in this encounter, especially in these conditions. Different surface, but looks pretty similar. They have just made one change. Matthew Ford comes in for Shama Joseph. Both the team making just one change in the second ODI. With that dot ball, last ball left in this over. The left-hander Campbell. New Zealand winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. And let's see how they'll finish this over. And that will be just a single. With that single, Campbell will keep the strike for himself. Akim Auguste, he has to wait for another ball. And with that single, that's the end of the over. Just 6 runs coming from it. West Indies 6 without loss. And let's see who's gonna ball from other end with the new ball. And if we look at the lineups, and if you look at the previous game, West Indies winning by 7 wickets. With an over left in that previous game, they batted really well. Casey Carty scoring 95 in that first ODI. And the skipper, Shy Hope, scoring 87. Building a partnership, getting towards the target. And they batted really well in that first ODI. Let's see how they perform today. John Campbell, in previous match, he just scored 11 runs, and Akim Auguste just 38. So let's see, can they build a strong partnership in this game? Matt Fisher will ball from other end with the new ball. Matt Fisher in his list A career, 37 matches, 32 wickets. This time bowling over the wicket, he just left it alone. And that's a good start for Matt Fisher. Back-to-back dot balls. And that's a good length, I would say, angling across the batter. Just shoulders his arm and lets it go to the keeper watchfully. And now it's 3 dots in a row. A bit fuller outside off again. Campbell is happy to not offer any shot at it. Just waiting for the right delivery. Not taking his chances. And will this be a maiden for Matt Fisher? It's his first over. Just 2 balls left. And this time onto the again, played towards that mid-on, but no runs. And that's 5 dots in a row now. Will this be a maiden for Matt Fisher in his opening over? And let's see, last ball. Can we see some runs? Average first inning score at Providence Stadium is 225. So it's not a high scoring pitch. The surface would be slow and even score as well. Anything around 270, 280 would be a good target. And with that single, just one run coming from it. West Indies 7 for none after 2. And single off that last ball. And if you talk about what's the good total here, I think if West Indies, if they try to get anywhere around 260 to 70, still be a good total to defend. And with no Shama Joseph today, they're playing 11. Jacob Duffy back into the attack with the second over. Again starts off with a dot. And there's a second slip in place. This time onto the leg side. Very close to the stumps. Jacob Duffy again bowling over the wicket. And he was just waiting wide. It was not signalled wide. And that's a hat-trick of dot balls for Jacob Duffy in his second over. Just sticking to his line in length. And there was a defensive shot this time, played by Campbell. And targeting that area around the off stump. And this time he'll get the run. Single for Campbell. And if you look at the pace, Jacob Duffy bowling around 130, 133. Just getting that quick single over the mid-off. And with that, Akim Auguste get to play his first ball. He's on the crease. Let's see. Will he open his account in this over? Last 2 balls. Starts off with a dot ball. Let's see what will he see from that last delivery. So far, just 1 run coming from this over. Played down the ground towards that mid-on. And that will be a dot again to end this over. Akim Auguste yet to get his first runs. Just 1 run coming from it. Another tidy over from Jacob Duffy. West Indies 8 without loss after 3 overs. Let's add a quick poll in the chat section. Let's see which team you guys are supporting today. Okay, the live poll has been added in the chat section where you can vote and support for your favorite team. And again, welcome everyone on the YooCric in the second ODI New Zealand tour of West Indies. And if you look at the current run rate, it bits a slow start for West Indies. Under 3. And there's a quick single of that first ball. And there was a good communication between both the batters. Akim Auguste once again back into the crease. Would be looking to open his account. Getting that single on that silly point. We had a good comment on the chat section. 285 plus is a passcode to defend. And West Indies need to score more runs in the first 6 overs. And with that, Akim Auguste gets off the mark with a single. He opens his account. But bit a slow start. Trying to adapt to these conditions in the early overs, and there was a direct hit chance. But again, good running between the batters. And they're taking chances, taking some quick singles, taking some risks. Could have been a chopped down, but again a single. Quick single at the short mid wicket. But yeah, I think he has made his ground. He was well grounded though. But again, good communication between these two batters. Here you go, another single. So far, just 4 runs coming from it. Last ball to go. And let's see, will West Indies take any risky chances? Will they look for some gaps? Some boundaries. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle in the first power play. Yeah, I've just seen 1 boundary so far. And a couple of runs to end the over. Hitting 2 of the last ball. And there's a misfield as well. And they'll get 2. Misfield from the keeper. It was an outside edge. But yeah, again well fielded from the third man. Just 2 of that last ball. 6 coming from it. West Indies 14 without loss after 4. Matt Fisher. Jacob Duffy back into the attack with his 3rd over now. And if you look at the current temperature, 31 degrees Celsius. But it feels like 36. Again onto the pads. Starts off with a dot ball. Akim Auguste. Just 2 of 6 balls. John Campbell. 11 of 19. A bit struggling start for Akim Auguste. And if you look at the previous ball of that last over, hitting the bottom of the bat, getting 2 runs by misfield from the keeper. Jacob Duffy again, this time bowling round the wicket. And that will be another dot. Batters are looking quite comfortable. Just trying to take this partnership. And again it was straight to the mid-off. Again no runs. Hat-trick of dot balls in this over for Jacob Duffy. And there's a good bowling, some good bowling from Duffy. Not giving any room to the batters. Just hitting that good length. 2 balls to go. And again he was looking for a single. Auguste. Just calling for a single but denied by Campbell. And that's a huge first maximum. And there was a much needed shot for Auguste. That will give him some confidence. And what a stroke from Auguste. And first 6 of the match onto the leg side. Clearing that square leg. It was a flat 6, I would say. But it was sufficient to get that maximum. First 6 of the match for West Indies. And picked the length quite well. Straight into the deep square leg. And position was very balanced from Auguste. 65 meters maximum. And dot ball to end this over. Just 6 runs coming from it. West Indies 20 without loss after 5. And if you look at the run rate, they are still playing at the run rate of 4. Partnership of 20 of 30 balls. And let's see when will we see that change in bowling so far. Duffy and Fisher playing 11. They just made one change. West Indies. Ford comes back into the team, and Sharma Joseph is out today. And Fisher. And that's a welcome boundary. John Campbell starts off this over with a boundary. And to the left-handed. Second boundary of this innings. Round the wicket again, much fuller length delivery. Up and away towards offside over the fielder. And what a swing that was from Campbell. And that was a really good shot. Just over the head of the fielder. It was very close. He jumped it, but it was not enough to get his hand That was a good stroke. With that single, Auguste back into the crease, single at the third man. Back-to-back singles. And if you look at the pace, Matt Fisher, his fastest is 146th. For 146, the average is around 140. Slowest he bowled is around 138. And West Indies would be looking for some good partnership at this opening wicket. And that's another single. Fisher's speed in this over 142, 144, now 140. Constantly bowling at 140. Last two balls. Taking that quick single again on the mid-on. Just waited for it. With that single, last ball to go. So far 8 runs coming from it. And West Indies, they are taking some risk. A maximum at the previous over. And a boundary of that first ball from Fisher. And that was a good delivery. And that will be a dot ball to end this over. Boundary and 4 singles. From this over, just 8 runs coming from it. And if you look at the pitch, second ODI Providence is a bit dry. And it's looking quite similar from the first game. West Indies 28 without loss after 6. And if you look at the weather, it's nice blue sky. It's clear, brilliant weather. And we're not hoping any interruptions today. And there's a change in bowling attack. Bracewell with the new with this first over. Michael Bracewell joins the bowling attack. Right arm off break. We can now see some spin action bowling round the wicket. And they're going with the off spinner very early. West Indies, they still have around 4 overs left in this power play. Bracewell replacing Duffy. Defends it down off the inside of the bat. This time straight to the bowler. But now that's a boundary. First boundary of the over. Hakeem Auguste with his first boundary. And change of strategy didn't work this time. Nicely played, pulled it over the mid-on for a boundary. It was not timed perfectly, but it was enough to get a boundary. With that single, just 2 balls left in this over. But now we are seeing something. A big hit every over now. Boundary 6s. That was close to the fielder, but he was unable to save it. Last 2 balls. Back-to-back singles again. Swept away for a single. It was full and around off. Swept away to deep square leg for a single. Last ball to go. We can see some turn there. A bit of turn from Bracewell. And dot ball to end this over. Just 6 runs coming from it. A boundary and single. West Indies 34 for none after 7. Campbell on 18. Auguste on 15. And if you look at the upcoming batters, Casey Carty, Shai Hope, Amit Jangu, Rutherford, Moti, Ford, Pyre, Alzari Joseph and Lois. They'll have plenty of depth in the batting. Matt Fisher back with his 4th over. Again bowling round the wicket. And is still consistent with his pace. Around 140. Bowling from the north end. Just trying to get that early breakthrough. New Zealand. And Fisher looking for his first one-day international wicket. This time onto the pads. Just defended it to the mid-wicket. So far, it's a good start for Fisher. And after taking that quick single, and this time again missing that line. Wide given. And so far, New Zealand trying to put pressure on the batters, hitting that length. But this time, just missing the line. I tried to swing it, but it was down the leg side. Just 2 balls to go. A bit improvisation in the run rate, but they need to take it a bit more ahead. And Alzari Joseph bowled really well in that previous game. And if you do the comparison between Joseph and Fisher, that back leg had movement. It's quite similar. And if you look at the alignment of both the bowlers, and both of them have a uniqueness, and the release position is a bit different. With that dot ball, last ball to go. Just 2 runs coming from it so far. And another dot ball to end this over. Just 2 runs coming from it. West Indies 36 without loss after 8. Quite missed that on the first ball, but this time it's a biggie. Waited for it. Full end delivery over the long on for a maximum. And what a hit from John Campbell. He anticipated it on this ball. Closed at between mid wicket and long on, exactly where he was looking for. 84 meters sixer. This time he again get 2 runs. John Campbell Zodiac here, 35 boundaries and 11 sixes. Last 2 balls. And there will be a lot of responsibility on the top off of the batters. Again on the fine leg. Single again. And it's a good over. Quite a good over for West Indies. 11 runs coming from it. Last ball to go. Couple of runs on that covers. Couple of runs again at the fine leg. Getting some quick singles again. Single at the short third man. And 12 from this over. West Indies 48 without loss after 9. Just 1 over left in this power play. Campbell on 30. Auguste on 16. Just 2 more needed for 50 on the scoreboard. So far in this first 9 overs, 3 boundaries and 2 sixes for West Indies. 16 singles, 3 doubles, just 2 extras in this first 9 overs. Let's see how many runs we'll see from that last over of this power play. Dean Foxcroft, a change in bowling attack. A new bowler has been introduced by New Zealand. Dean Foxcroft. 3 innings, 2 wickets. Starts off with a single. And if you look at this ODI career, just played 5 games. Foxcroft replacing Fisher. Another off spinner. This time onto the long off for a single. New Zealand still searching for their first wicket. And with that single, 50 up. And I think that's 2. That should be 2. With that couple of runs, West Indies, they are 50 up on the scoreboard. But we're going to have a look at that boundary. So stay tuned. Let's wait for that decision. And that was nicely cut away towards the third man. There was no one at the deep. But that was a good fielding from the short third fielder. But let's have a look at that boundary. That was an excellent stop from the fielder. And I think that they have taken 3. But let's wait for the confirmation. That was a good delivery, good length delivery onto the stumps. Campbell cuts it away towards that third man region. But let's wait. Let's have a look at that boundary check. I think he has done a fine job. But let's see if there's any contact with the boundary while stopping that ball. I don't think so. It is. But yeah, TV umpiring is checking the effort on the boundary rope. But I think he saved 1 run. And Renick Laws has done well to save a run with a dive and then recovering to get the ball. Just 3 balls to go in this over. Again, bowling round the wicket. And that's a good shot. John Campbell. That's another fine shot. From the opener, left-hander. Just smart batting from Campbell. Sweeper shot, getting a boundary of that fine leg. That single. And if you look at past couple of overs, they have got some good runs. 12 of that 9th over. Now again 10 so far in this one. Last ball to go. And this is again over the covers. And they'll get single and dot ball to end this over. A smartly played boundary from Campbell in this over. 10 runs coming from it. West Indies at the end of the power play. 58 without loss after 10 overs. Campbell on 38. Akeem Auguste on 18. And partnership is going still solid for them. 58 of 60. New Zealand still looking for that first wicket. And so far we are seeing a bowling attack, spin attack from both the ends. And Michael Bracewell, that's a boundary of that first ball. And with that, Campbell now he crosses 40s. He's in 40s now. West Indies now getting some momentum. And now run rate is above 6. That was a nicely played sweep shot, excellently timed. Fine sweep, getting a boundary. And there was a powerful square sweep. Trying his best, Akim Auguste into the crease. And West Indies are off to a good start with 58. Now 63 runs on the board without a dent. New Zealand introduced spin early from both the ends. Foxcroft the latest one in the attack. And that's a dot ball. First dot in this over. Power play number 2. Only 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. And that's a good turn. And that's a wicket. And Michael Bracewell strikes the first one. Akim Auguste is caught out. And that was the breakthrough they were looking for. Again tries to go, cuts it away straight into the point. And after missing in the previous ball, this time is gone. First wicket for Bracewell, West Indies losing. The first wicket as well, Henry Nicholas. Easy catch for him at the point. West Indies 63 for 1 after 10. And Akim Auguste departs for 18 runs. Auguste looking to hit the ball over the offside. Slices straight to the point fielder. Casey Carty is in at number 3. Now West Indies would be looking for another new partnership. Casey Carty played brilliantly in that first game. And he would be hoping to do it again in the second ODI. Sean Campbell on 43. Close to his half century. New Zealand finally breaking this partnership of 63. Between Auguste and Campbell. Casey Carty 50 matches, 1700 plus runs in his ODI career. Now we can see some turn from the spinners on the surface. That was poorly timed by Auguste. A simple catch for Bracewell at the point. We just have to wait for the next ball. And Casey Carty straight away gets off the mark with 2 runs. The right-hander just sweeps it away into the fine leg. So far 7 runs and a wicket. Still a ball to go. And that will be a dot ball. Dot ball to end this over. Just 7 runs coming from it and a wicket as well. West Indies 65 for 1 after 11. Campbell on 43. Carty on 2. And some beautiful bowling from Bracewell as well. And here comes the skipper, Mitch Santner. 119 innings, 133 wicket in his ODI career. Now skipper joins the attack. Mitch Santner, left arm orthodox with his first over. Starts off with a dot ball. John Campbell. Skipper brings himself in the attack now. And we can see some turn for the skipper as well. This time into the pads, that will be a dot again. Campbell is well set. And again straight to the bowler. Another dot ball. And that will be called wide. Santner bowling at around 85 kmph. Just 3 balls left. And there you go, another wicket. And is the set batter, John Campbell, has been bowled out. And skipper strikes in his first over, getting another breakthrough. And that was excellent delivery again. That was a ripper. Drifting straight, there was no turn. He was expecting some turn, John Campbell. But it kept straight into the stumps. And he would be not happy. Another wicket set up by the skipper. And another excellent ball from Santner to get his first wicket. Campbell departs for 43. West Indies 66 for 2 after 11. And wicket in his very first over. Santner bringing success to New Zealand early in his spell. Campbell in 2 minds whether to play forward or go deep in the crease. Shapes to cut but loses the ball completely. Time for drinks break. We'll be right back shortly. And the skipper joins in now at number 4. Shashyt comes in. That definitely kept low. Totally confused to get some bat on it. Hope, the new batter in at number 4. Slip in place. Hope starts off with a dot ball. And that's an excellent over from Santner. Wicket in his very first over. Just a single and a wicket from it. West Indies 66 for 2 after 12. Now they have 2 new batters on the crease. Hope, the skipper, and Casey Carty. They'll be hoping for another good partnership. Michael Bracewell back into the attack. Starts off with a dot ball. New Zealand finally getting some wickets in back-to-back overs. In quick succession, got 2 wickets. This time over the wicket, Bracewell. And has been called wide. Down the leg side. And trying to get another single, but Hope denies it. Trying to go for a quick one in that mid wicket. And again flicks it. This time it's a maximum. And first one for Casey Carty. And that will build up some confidence after losing 2 wickets. And that's a massive hit from Casey Carty. Just waited for it down the ground. And that was what a response from Casey Carty. That was well played shot from Carty. There was almost a full end delivery into the slot. Just bangs on towards down the ground. Launches it over the bowler's head. 84 meters over. Long off. With that single, last ball to go. 8 runs so far coming from it. Five fielders are in the circle. Try to find the gap again. With that single, last ball to go. And another single to end this over. Maximum and couple of singles so far. From this over, just 9 runs coming from it. West Indies 75 for 2 after 13. You're watching second ODI only on YooCric. New Zealand tour of West Indies. And if you look at the upcoming batters, Jangu at number 5, Rutherford at number 6, and Moti at number 7. Santner. Couple of runs to start this over. Santner back into the attack with his second over. And these two batters played beautifully in that first game. And now let's have a look at this one. How they perform in the second ODI. Santner to Campbell in that 12th over. Just staying a bit low. And got bowled out. They'll get a single leg bye. Santner this time round the wicket. There was a Yorker delivery, blocked it. Back to back dot balls. Just 2 balls left in this over. That will be another dot one. Three runs and 3 dots. Last ball to go. Shashyt looking in good control. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 3 runs coming from it. West Indies 78 for 2 after 14. Hope on 3. Shashyt on 9. Partnership of 12 or 14 runs. Here we go, Braswell back into the attack. And with his 5th over now. So far, just singles, back-to-back singles. Michael Bracewell. Just having a strike rotation between the batters. Just 2 balls left in this over. With that single, that's the end of the over. And just 5 runs coming from it. West Indies 83 for 2 after 15. Here we go. We're back with the new over. And again starts with a dot. Santner into the attack again. Santner into the attack with his third over. Bowling round the wicket. Good length round out. Defends off the back foot to Nicholas at the cover. New Zealand looking quite favourites now after winning the toss, breaking the partnerships. And that's the first run of this over. And if we look at the run rate, currently playing at 5.4. Again playing at the covers but no runs. Good start from Santner, bowling economically. And there you go, another single. Last ball to go. And that will be a dot ball to end this over. Again bowling around the wicket. Another tidy over from Santner. Just 2 runs coming from it. West Indies 85 for 2 after 16. Hope on 7, Carty on 12. They're slowly building a partnership. 19 of 26. And there's a change in bowling attack again. Jaden Lennox is the new bowler. Has been introduced by New Zealand. 6 innings, 9 wickets in his ODI career. And starts off with a single. Jaden Lennox is in attack now. And starts off with a single. Driven to the long off for a single, left arm orthodox. Jaden Lennox. Now we can see 2 left-hander bowling from both the end, Santner and Lennox. And I'm sure same line would be deployed from both the bowlers. Pull on the pads, turns it around the corner. But there'll be no run. And that's a good start so far for Lennox with his first over. And that's another wicket. And Jaden Lennox, he clean bowls Shashyt, the skipper. And that's a big blow for West Indies. And now they would be in trouble. And what a drifted. There was no spin. Drifted straight into the stumps. And straight into the wickets. And Shashyt bit shocked with that ball. Doesn't get the angle right. Completely missing. And that's a big wicket for New Zealand. And that was an excellent ball from Lennox. And the big fish has to go. Shashyt departs for 7. West Indies 86 for 3 after 16.4. And Jaden Lennox again striking in his first over. And he is delighted. Strikes on his just 4th delivery. And New Zealand have been superb post the first power play. And there was a good length arm ball pitching on the middle stump line and coming back with the arm. Hope is forward to play. This ball misjudges the length, gets beaten on the inside edge. Big gap between bat and pad. Ball goes through it and rattles the leg stump. And that's the end of the inning for Hope. Time for drinks break. And Sheffield Rutherford is the new batter in at number 5. And so far the wicket takers for New Zealand, Bracewell, Santner and now Lennox. Sheffield Rutherford 23 innings, 770 runs in his ODI career. Shashyt, the last batsman to depart. 2 balls left in this over, starts again with a wide after the drinks break. And Sheffield Rutherford gets off the mark. And so far, if you look at this over, 4 runs and a wicket. Jaden Lennox with his first over. Last ball to go. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 4 runs and a wicket from Lennox's first over. West Indies looking for another partnership. 89 for 3 after 17. Rutherford on 2, Carty on 13. And now they would be hoping for another new partnership. Santner back into the attack with his 4th over. Starts off with a dot ball. And that's a single. Santner has been so impressive with the ball today. With the lines and the length. And it's looking like a greater threat to this West Indian batting lineup. Still 3 balls left in this over. And West Indies struggling to find some boundaries. Another quick single. With that dot ball and a single to end this over. Another fine over from Santner. Just 4 runs coming from it. West Indies 93 for 3 after 18. With the 4 on 4, Carty on 15. And that's a fine shot. Rutherford with his first boundary. Lennox with his second over. And what a shot from the left-hander. And that was a nice punch smacked away into the cover for a boundary. And after that, here we go. What a response from Lennox. And he bowled him out. And what a comeback. After that boundary, Rutherford just missing the line again. Oh, that was inside edge and into the stumps. And very next ball, Lennox strikes again. Another blow for West Indies. Shafin Rutherford. And would be disappointed with that shot. He departs for it. West Indies 97 for 4. And Jaden Lennox. He's celebrating that wicket. Tried to cut it but completely mistimed it. Inside edge and it hits the stumps. And is gone. Amir Jangu, the new batter in at number 6. Amir Jangu, the new batter in. Another one bites the dust, and the West Indies are losing the plot as they lose their 4th. Go on the very next ball. Smart adjustment in length from Lennox. And West Indies losing their 4th. Amir Jangu, the left-hand batter, comes to the crease. And now they have that left-hand right-hand combination. Amir Jangu, back-to-back dot balls. This time full and just outside off, shuffles across to cover the off stump and defends it. Last ball to go. And that will be dot again. And another excellent over from Jaden Lennox. Another wicket taking over for him. 4 runs and a wicket from this over. West Indies 97 for 4 after 19. Matt Santner into the attack with his 5th over now. A slip in place. Sweeps away for a single. Single at the square leg. And skipper has been excellent as well as Jaden Lennox. Getting that 2nd wicket of Shafin Rutherford. And there's some changing fielding setup from Santner. New Zealand winning the toss, opting to ball first, and they have executed things really well after the power play. West Indies, they were wicketless in first 10 overs, and now they are 4 down. Again sweeps away into the leg side for a single. And with that dot ball, just 2 balls left in this over. But again with a single, 100 up for West Indies. 100 up on the scoreboard. And last ball left in this over. So far just 3 runs coming from it. With that single, that's the end of the over. Just 4 runs coming from it. West Indies 101 for 4 after 20. Jangu on 2. Casey Carty on 17. And some changes in the field for left-hander. A leg slip in place, trying to add extra pressure on the new batter. And Foxcroft into the attack with the second over. Foxcroft, Providence Stadium in Guyana. This is match number 2. Around the wicket, defends it. And now with a single, a strike rotation. Casey Carty back into the crease. India's trying to build on a good partnership. So far, just 5 of 12 between Jangu and Carty. Last 3 balls. Again, Foxcroft changing the side for the right-hander. And this time bowling over the wicket. So far, just 1 run from this over. 2 balls to go. With that single last ball to be played by Jangu. Both the batters are looking very calm, not taking any risk. Trying to build a partnership in the middle overs. And let's see just a single again from that last ball. Just 3 runs from the over. West Indies 104 for 4 after 21. Jangu on 4. Carty on 18. And if you look at the partnership, 7 of 15. And Santner to continue with the 6th over. Again around the wicket. Starts with the dot ball. And now they'll get 2. And if you look at from the another angle, West Indies, they need to focus on getting around 280. That would be a challenging total for the opposition. Free to go. And that's another fine delivery. Steps outside, tried to play on the outside. But it hit the pads and no runs again. And that will be a wide. Two balls to go. And what do you think? What would be the safe total in this first innings for West Indies? And they'll get another run, wide plus single. Miss failed from the keeper. Some extra runs for West Indies. With that dot ball, last ball to go. And that's another wicket. West Indies losing their 5th now. And it's Casey Carty who played excellent in the first game. And he's bowled as well. And what a delivery from this keeper. Completely missing the line, hitting that off stump. And he's bowled as well. West Indies struggling to hold the partnership as well as wickets. 5 down. West Indies 10845. And Casey Carty departs for 18. Another blow for West Indies. And half of their squad is now back into the hut. And West Indies now they would be under pressure. And there's a new batter in the crease, Gudakesh Moti at number 7. And New Zealand looking strong so far in this first innings. Winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. And they executed their plans well. Ame Jangu and Gudakesh Moti are now into the crease. And the struggle continues for West Indies. Gudakesh Moti in his ODI career, 24 innings, 370 plus runs. And let's see how he performs in this game. It's kind of a bit difficult for the batters to play in such spin-friendly track. Last ball to go. And if you look at the ultra edge, was there something of it? Yeah. Dot ball to end this over. And with Santner with his second wicket. Another superb over from this keeper. 4 runs and a wicket. West Indies 10845 after 22. And now they would be under immense pressure to bat from here to build a partnership and to get towards a competitive total. Let's see, can they get over it or not? We'll find out that soon. Stay tuned. You're watching second ODI only on YooCric. And so far it has been a really good bowling outing for New Zealand. That was a beautiful delivery. Knocked him over. That was a dream delivery for the left spinner. And Kartik got outfoxed. West Indies now losing their half side now. Foxcroft back into the attack. Starts off with a single. Gudakesh Moti into the crease. And that was full just outside of stump. Moti defends forward. Just outside of. Foxcroft spinners are putting more pressure on the batters now. Two balls to go. And now that's 4 dot balls in a row again. Good length arm ball. On the stump line, defends off the back foot. And no run again. And that's the end of the over. Just 1 run from it. West Indies 109 for 5 after 23. Amit Jangu on 7. Moti yet to get his first runs. And if you look at the last 30 balls, 17 runs, 2 wickets, and just 1 boundary. And if you look at the run rate, just 4.7. And here we go, Skipper back into the attack with the 7th over. And again starts off with a dot ball, this time bowling over the wicket. That was a cotton ball chance missed by Santner. But that was a difficult chance for him to get something of it. Drive straight to the bowler, but it was quite short to get that catch. With that single, Moti back into the crease. Getting that single off that mid wicket. Leg slip in place. Fugudakesh Moti putting that extra pressure on the new batter. Santner getting some turn. And back-to-back dot balls. Last 2 balls left in this over now. New Zealand bowlers have bowled superbly so far in this first innings. And that will be wide. The balls to go. With that single, good Akesh Modi finally gets off the mark after playing 9 balls. Ame Jango to play the last ball. And that will be single again. Another fine over from Santner. Just 4 runs coming from it. He has been economically brilliant with the ball today. Getting 2 wickets as well. West Indies 113 for 5 after 24. Jango on 9. Moti on just 1. West Indies would be still hopeful to find a partnership in this middle overs. And let's see who's going to bowl the next over. Foxcroft back into the attack. So far, it's tough going for West Indies after losing half of their side. Again onto the leg side. Straight to the fielder. No runs again. And that's 4 dot balls in a row now. Last ball to go. So far, good Akesh Moti using his defensive skills. And that's a dot ball to end this over. Another excellent over from Foxcroft. Just 1 run from it. West Indies 114 for 5 after 25. And if you look at the number of bowlers used by New Zealand, 6 bowlers they have used in the second one-day international. Duffy, Fisher, Bracewell, Foxcroft, Santner and Lennox. And just 3 bowlers picking up the wickets in this first 25 overs. Santner and Lennox getting 2 wickets each. Bracewell getting a wicket as well. Only spinners are doing the job for New Zealand. And again this Lennox back into the attack with his 3rd over. And this time it's over the wicket. Gets a single. And that's another wicket. And Lennox cleaned him up again. And his good against Modi struggling innings come to end. And another one goes. And what a delivery. Getting that turn. Trying to go over the covers. Completely missing the line. And trying to play a shot. But misses the line again. Moti. He's bowled out. And departs for just single. West Indies 115 for 6. After 25, Matthew Ford is the new batter in at number 8. And the struggle continues. West Indies losing wicket after each interval. West Indies are falling apart as they lose their 6th. Lennox returned and struck again. Things are getting very much difficult now for West Indies. And they are in a very tough situation. Plays for the straighter one, but the ball turns into rattle the stumps. Mejangu is still there out in the crease. Matthew Ford walks into bat next. The right-hander batter comes to the crease. And there was a very good seam position from Lennox. And if you look, there was something with the bat. Yeah, that was third wicket for Jaden Lennox. And top-notch performance with the ball from him. Last ball to go. And this time bowling from around the wicket. Pull on the stumps, push to the point. But again, no runs. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. And another wicket taking over for Jaden Lennox. West Indies are in a very tough situation. Just one run and a wicket from it. And an exceptional over from Lennox. West Indies 115 for 6 after 26 overs. Django on 11. Matthew Ford yet to get his first runs. And for New Zealand, spinners are doing the job. Spin it to win it. Foxcroft back into the attack. Starts off with the dot ball. And so far, it's a good start for Foxcroft. 3 dot balls. And now that's fourth. Just 2 balls to go. New Zealand would be hoping to come back in this contest after losing that first match. And they have did pretty well so far in this first 26 overs, getting 6 wickets. With that single, that's the end of the over. Again, just 1 run coming from it. West Indies 116 for 6 after 27. Here we go, Jaden Lennox into the attack. This time again over the wicket and plays it towards the long on for a single. Matthew Ford gets off the mark with a single. So far, just 3 singles in this over. West Indies are in trouble now, but they need a partnership. And this time we went down the ground, but straight to the fielder. And that will be another single. But now it's a dot ball. 55 balls since the last boundary for West Indies. Just 2 balls to go. And there you go. That's another wicket. And is the new batter, Matthew Ford. He's been bowled out again. And if we look at the number of batters who have been bowled out, and that's another one bites the dust. And there are plenty of batters. Swing and a miss. Completely missing the line, and he's been bowled again. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 batters have been bowled out. It's 6, I would say. 6 batters have been bowled out in this first innings. And again, that was a full end delivery. Tries to swing across. Tried to play across the line. Completely misses it. And it hits the stumps again. West Indies 7 wickets down now. And 4 departs for just 1. West Indies 119 for 7 after 27. Still a ball to go. And Lennox just exceptional with the ball today. 4th wicket for him. And the wickets have been shattered again. And another one bites the dust. Lennox have been just outstanding. Well, West Indies lose their 7th. They are in much more tough situation. Harry Pyer, the new batter in at number 9. 6 innings, 70 runs in his ODI career. The left-hander batter comes to the crease. And if you look at the shot again, he tries to go over the cow corner but misses the ball completely. It slams in with the arm and rattles the stumps. Harry Pyer to play the last ball. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. And the wicket taking over for General Lennox. 3 runs and a wicket. Another exceptional over from Lennox. West Indies 119 for 7 after 28. Just 3 wickets more is what New Zealand would look for in the upcoming overs. Is Michael Bracewell back into the attack? Jaden Lennox has been exceptional with the ball today. Michael Bracewell, couple of runs to start the over. Amir Jangu need to stay as long as possible for the West Indies. And it would be interesting to see, can they reach around 200? Bracewell into the attack, round the wicket. This time plays it over the mid wicket for a couple of runs. Pulled off the back foot to the right of deep mid wicket. And Lennox and Santner now balled outstanding in this first innings. And that's a defensive shot from Jangu. And that's a good land on the middle stump, but what a hit from Jangu. And he gets his first boundary. And that was a much needed boundary for West Indies. I think more than after like around 60 balls, they have got a boundary. Waited for it, swept away onto the mid wicket, finding the gap for a boundary. And much needed for Amir Jangu as well to get some momentum with the runs. With that dot ball, last ball to go. 6 runs coming from it. Let's see what can we see from that last ball. And that's a dot ball to end this over. Just 6 runs coming from it. West Indies 125 for 7 after 29. And Lennox back into the attack with his 5th over. And that's a good start again, bowling over the wicket, straight onto the stumps again on a length just outside of blocks of the back foot. And that will be a dot ball. He has been the star performer of the day for New Zealand. And he's again continuing with his wonderful bowling. West Indies currently playing at the run rate of 4.2. And they are in desperate need of runs to put a competitive score on the board. That's another fine delivery. Another dot ball. 2 balls to go. And that's the dot ball to end this over. Just 1 run coming from it. West Indies 127 for 7 after 30. Jung 121, Pyre on 1. And that's a fine start for Bracewell with his 7th over now. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. So far, just 2 runs coming from it. Partnership of 10 of 18 balls. And we see something of that last ball. West Indies struggling after losing 7 wickets. Last ball to go and just a single to end this over. Just 3 runs coming from it. And just 3 runs coming from it. That's the end of the over. West Indies 130 for 7. After 31, Django on 23, Kerry Pyer on 2. And Jaden Lennox back into the attack with his 6th over now. Starts off with a dot again. Bowling over the wicket again onto the stumps. They were trying for that single. But Django denied it. And then Nicholas. What a throw from him at the mid-on. And this time he cuts it away towards the offside for a single. And this time Kerry Pyer gets 2 runs. And if you look at the run rate, it's still close to 4. Again cuts it away towards that backward point for a couple of runs. Close to the boundary. But 2 runs will be saved. Foxcroft was there in the deep. And that's another dot ball. Just 2 balls left in this over. So far just 3 runs coming from it. Let's see. Can we see some boundaries? West Indies are in desperate need of some big hits. Can they reach 200? That would be the question. Last ball. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Another tidy over from Lennox. Just 3 runs coming from it. And that was a good delivery to end that over. Extra bounce. 3 from that over. West Indies 133 for 7 after 32. Django on 24, Carey Pyer on 4. West Indies, they just have 3 wickets in hand, and they'd be hoping to get around 200 or above 200. West Indies post 2023 World Cup at home, batting first. They have won 25% of the games and batting second, and they have won around 90% of the games batting second. So this is what they would like to turn around, improvise their batting at the first innings. Bracewell into the attack with his 8th over now. Begins with a dot ball. Again bowling from over the wicket. Round the wicket. And there you go. That's another one. Another one bites the dust. And is the set batter, and I would say the last batter for West Indies, Amir Django, completely misses it, but they have taken a review, but original decision is out. It has been given for LBW. They have 2 reviews left. Even in fact, both the teams have 2 reviews left, and they have taken it. Let's have a check, LBW, if there's any bat involved, or is it missing that leg stump? Let's have a look. LBW check is still going on. Yeah, from my angle, I think that should be given. It's hitting leg stump. If there is no bat involved, that should be most probably out. So let's have a look at the ultra edges. If there is anything with the bat. Yeah, there's nothing with the bat. So let's move on to the ball tracker. And yeah, that's been given. As we said earlier, if there is nothing from the bat, it is going to hit the stumps. Yeah, pitching in line, impact in line, and wicket sitting. And they have lost the review. West Indies losing another wicket. And this time Amir Django is trapped, opting for a review. He pushes across full and around the middle. Gets down, tries to sweep it, but misses it. The ball slides under his angled bat and gets wrapped on his front pad. Umpire goes up for the LBW, but they went for the review. Nothing comes on the ultra edge, and the final decision remains out. Amir Django departs for 24. West Indies losing their 8th wicket, 133 for 8 now. And I think it's been a tough day for the batters out there. Alzari Joseph is the new batter at number 10. The right-hander comes to the crease. And West Indies now are in deep trouble. Alzari Joseph, 47 innings, 400 plus runs in his ODI career. That was another excellent delivery from Bracewell. Another good line delivery. A slight turn. Chang would be disappointed with that wicket. West Indies now just have 2 wickets in hand. Let's see how far they go from here. Can they reach around 170, 180? What do you think? Is it still possible from here? And what a start in this over for Bracewell. And this time it's been called wide. And there's an appeal. But looks like they have went for the review. And for that caught behind, they have went for the review. They appealed it, but umpire was not interested. Bracewell and the wicketkeeper looking confident. And yeah, they went for it. Mitch Santner taking the review for the catch check. Let's have a look from the third umpire if there is something on the ultra edge. So let's wait for it. Catch check is still pending. It's going on. And if there is something on the ultra edge, it's very close. But yeah, there's nothing. They lost the review. And the original decision will be stayed there, not out. But yeah, that was quite close. With that, dot is over. Another wicket taking over for Bracewell. Again, using some defensive skills. Joseph. West Indies, they still have around 17 overs left from here. Last ball. Let's see what can we see from that last ball. And that's a dot again. Another outstanding over from Bracewell. A wicket and a single from this over. West Indies 134 for 8 after 33. And Lennox back into the attack with the 7th over. Children Lennox so far just 1 run towards that point. Alzari Joseph yet to get his first run. Let's see, can he get off the mark in this over? Again, try to play towards that cover. Two balls to go. And we can see some turn. Lennox has been just brilliant. Taking 4 wickets. Last ball to go. There's a slip in place for Alzari Joseph. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. West Indies, they have been disappointing with the bat today. And I think there was a single wide. It's been called maiden. Yeah, there was a single. It's not a maiden, but anyways, just 1 run from it. West Indies 135 for 8. after 34. And there you go, Bracewell into the attack. And just a single. Back-to-back singles. West Indies just trying to play as long as possible here. Hitting that single over the long on. Just 2 balls to go. Just strike rotation. Finally, Alzari Joseph gets off the mark. Last 2 balls. And there you go, another wicket given, and that's a run out. And smiling faces. Michael Bracewell smiling after that wicket. And they are going down again. Another one bites the dust. Poor running between the wicket. And just poor from Joseph. Just poor from Joseph. Direct hit. And is gone. Haripa not happy with that running from Joseph, just giving away a wicket. And what a throw from Chapman. And things are looking much worse now for West Indies. And now they are just left with 1 wicket. Joseph departs for 1. And Whittle Laws is the new batter in. And that's the last wicket for West Indies. 137 for 9. And what a direct hit from Chapman. And a mix-up resulting in run out. 9 down now. With more than 15 overs left in this innings. Let's see how long this partnership goes between Vittel and Kharipaya. Last ball of this over. With that wicket, it's time for a drink break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back shortly. Okay, that's the dot ball to end this over. And another fine over from Braceville, a wicket taking over. But with the run out, just 2 runs and a wicket. West Indies 137 for 9 after 35. They still have 15 overs in hand. For this last wicket partnership, the left-hander Whittle Lewis. Let's see how long they stay in the crease and how many more runs they can get from this last wicket partnership. And it's kind of looking like an one-sided contest. What do you think? Will it be an easy chase for New Zealand? We'll find that out in second innings. You're watching second ODI only on YooCric. And here you go, Jaden Lennox back into the attack with his 8th over. Starts off with a dot ball. And that's a swing and a miss. So far, just 1 run coming from this over. 2 balls to go. देखते हैं आखिरी 2 गेंद पे क्या कुछ हम देख पाएंगे. यहाँ पे बड़ी हिट की तलाश तो कर रहे थे बट मिलेगा नहीं. देखते हैं आखिरी 2 बॉल. फिर से एक और डॉट गेंद आती हुई विद दैट लास्ट बॉल लेफ्ट इन दिस ओवर. सो फार जस्ट 1 रन कमिंग फ्रॉम इट. देखते हैं लास्ट बॉल पे. And there you go with that wicket. That's the end of the inning. इसी के साथ वेस्ट इंडीज अब ऑल आउट हो चुकी है. न्यूजीलैंड गेटिंग दैट फाइनल विकेट बट लेट्स वेट फॉर द चेक. ओरिजिनल डिसीजन इज आउट and it was given. They have taken the review. Now let's have a check. Most probably, I think that should be out. It's gonna hit the leg stump. But let's see what third umpire thinks about it. Let's wait for the ball tracker. We get off that last ball. Jaden Lennox, it would be his 5 if he gets this wicket. Let's wait for the ball tracker. And if there's something on the ultra edge. Yeah, there's nothing on the ultra edge. So let's move on to the ball tracker. Yeah, it's been given. And there's no bat. And pitching in line, impact umpire's call, and wickets is also umpire's call. So yeah, review will be retained. And that's the end of the innings. The original decision will stay. And finger is raised. Was Fuller angled in and the batter looked to slog sweep, missed it. And I feel it was going to hit that leg stump. And that's it. That's it. That's the end of the innings. Miserable innings from West Indies, losing all 10 wickets at under 150. Whittle is without goals scoring any runs. West Indies 138 for 10. And that should be time for innings break. But again, brilliant bowling performance from the New Zealand after winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. And they have just did exceptional job. And so far, if you look at the scoreboard, the highest run getter for the West Indies was their opening batter, John Campbell, who scored 43 runs. And after that, it was just tough task for the batters to get anything. Chetan Lennox with his 5 for 19 in 8 overs. And they couldn't build a partnership after that first wicket. They played really well in that first 10 overs, but after that struggle continued to build a partnership. Spinners did excellent job. Chetan Lennox with 5 wickets, Santner and Bracewell got 2 wickets each. And that's the end of the innings. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with the second innings run chase. And most probably it's looked like an easy chase for New Zealand, but let's see. Will West Indies, will they be able to stop them? How they'll perform with the ball, that would be interesting to see. Yeah, as you say, the brightest sunrise only reminds you how quickly clouds can gather. West Indies looked destined for a commanding first innings total after a flawless opening stand, as we said that earlier. But New Zealand spinners flipped the script spectacularly to bundle the host out for just 138 in 35.6 overs. I mean, you can say just 36 overs. Who owned the innings without question, the visitors. The Caribbean side cruised to 58 for none without losing any 58, without losing any wickets at 58. After the first power play, only to lose all 10 wickets for just 80 runs thereafter. Spin did the trick, pressure did the rest, and now New Zealand need only 139 to level the series with a statement performance. So yeah, just hold on. We'll be right back with the second innings run chase. You're watching second ODI. Watch along with me only on YooCric. Okay, welcome back everyone at the YooCric once again. And we are back with the second innings run chase, and that's the boundary of that second ball from Will Young. Both the batters are off the mark. Last ball left in this over. And West Indies, if they want to make a comeback in this run chase, they need few wickets, early wickets. But things are looking a bit difficult at this moment because of that lowest total from the West Indies in that first innings. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. A boundary and a single. 5 from this over. New Zealand 5 without loss after that first over. And so far, if you look, positive start from New Zealand in that first over. The chase is underway. Welcome back, everyone. Will Young and Henry Nichols are the opening batters for New Zealand. Matthew Forde to ball with the new ball from other end. And it's time for the chase. The Forde starts off with the dot ball. The right arm fast medium comes into the attack. Jaden Lennox just changing the game for New Zealand in that first innings, taking 5 for. The left arm spinner ripped through the low order, removing Gudakesh Moti, Matthew Forde, and then later Whittle Lewis. While Carey pair unbeaten 7 became the highest score among the tailenders. The dot balls for Matthew Forde, gain back of the length. Henry pats it down the pitch. And that's a single. Young back into the crease, last 2 balls to go. And back to back singles. Let's see what will we see from that last delivery. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 2 runs from the first over of Matthew Ford. New Zealand 7 without loss after 2. And it's Harry Pierre, the spinner, left arm spinner. That's a good start. Back to back dot balls. West Indies would be looking for that early breakthroughs. With that single last ball to go, New Zealand just need around 3 runs every over to win this game. There's no pressure of anything for New Zealand in this run chase. They're looking quite favorites to win this game from here. And that will be a dot ball to end this over. Fine over from Carey Pyer. Just one from it. New Zealand 8 without losing any wickets after 3. And welcome everyone on the YooCric. It's second ODI. New Zealand tour of West Indies. After winning that first game, West Indies, they are leading this series with 1-0. And I think New Zealand would be looking to level up this series. And that's a good start for Matthew Ford. Back-to-back dot balls. West Indies, they need some good start. They need some initial wickets to make this chase difficult for New Zealand. Matthew Ford, right arm pacer. That was close to stumps. Very well bowled by Ford. And hat-trick of dot balls. Shea Hope is doing short wicket keeping. trying to put that early pressure. If you look at the pace of Matthew Ford, is bowling around 125 to 130 kmph. Last two balls. This will be an over for Matthew Ford. Again into the point, no runs. And that's nicely played. Will Young with the second boundary. And that's a nice shot. And with that, he reaches 10 runs of 16 balls. With the wicket again. That was a good line delivery. Drives it straight down the ground. Excellently played by Will Young. Last ball to go. And with that single, that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. New Zealand 13 without loss after 4. Nichols on 2. Will Young on 11. देखते हैं यहाँ पे अगली ओवर कौन करेंगे. 4 ओवर का खेल हो चुका है. 14 बिना किसी नुकसान है न्यूजीलैंड. स्टिल नेट 125 into 76. इजी चेज लग रहा है यहाँ से. एंड कैरी बैक इनटू द अटैक. स्टार्ट्स विद अ वाइड बॉल. बॉल के बाद देखने वाली बात ये होगी कि यहाँ से ये चेज कैसा रहने वाला है. चलिए सिंगल आ चुकी है. यहाँ से तो ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट नहीं होना चाहिए चेस करना. इट शुड नॉट बी दैट डिफिकल्ट फ्रॉम हियर. back-to-back singles. And it doesn't look like any pressure on New Zealand if they don't lose any wicket in the first 10 overs. Then I think there's no chance for West Indies to recover from there. फिर मुश्किल रहेगा. Another dot ball. अभी तक सिर्फ 3 रन आए हैं इस ओवर में. देखते हैं आखिरी 2 बॉल पे. सिंगल के साथ पहुंच चुके हैं. लास्ट बॉल ऑफ दिस ओवर. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 4 runs coming from it. New Zealand 17 without loss after 5. मैथ्यू फोर्ड इनटू द अटैक। शुरुआत की है यहाँ पे डॉट बॉल के साथ। That's another good lane delivery. Defends it to the point. पहले काफ़ी लोग चैट सेक्शन पे जुड़ चुके हैं। वैसे अमजद अली है, महादेव क्रिकेट है हमारे साथ, फिर वियास मखवाना। Thank everyone for joining in the chat section as well as on this watch along. देखते हैं रन चेस कैसा रहने वाला है। फिलहाल यहाँ से तो कोई चांस नज़र नहीं आ रहा है कि वेस्ट इंडीज़ यहाँ से जीत पाएंगे। Another dot ball. Three balls to go. Wide run rate just 2.7. ज़्यादा required run rate भी है नहीं, and this is the lowest score of West Indies against New Zealand in the one day international. अगर stats अगर हम देखते हैं तो ये सबसे lowest score है। With that dot ball, just 2 balls now left in this over. बोर्ड की गेंदबाजी अच्छी है, बट वेस्ट इंडीज को चाहिए यहाँ पे विकेट्स। Can West Indies get any breakthrough before 10 overs? Power play में can they find any wickets? And that's another single. Last ball. So far, just 2 runs coming from it. देखते हैं आखिरी बॉल पे। And that's a boundary to end this over. Another good shot from Will Young. और बेहतरीन शॉट आखिरी गेंद पे हमें देखने मिला है। बहुत ही अच्छा शॉट, फिर से फुल ऑलमोस्ट गुड लेंथ डिलीवरी थी। प्लेड इट ओवर द मिड ऑन फॉर अ बाउंड्री और चौके के साथ इस ओवर को खत्म किया है। जस्ट 6 रन्स कमिंग फ्रॉम इट। न्यूजीलैंड 23 विदाउट लॉस आफ्टर 6 overs. West Indies would be eager to find that first wicket. If you look at the upcoming batters की बात करते हैं, चैपमैन है, मिचेल है, लैथम, सैंटनर. Then they have a few all-rounders in the middle. Foxcroft है, ब्रेसवेल है, और उसके बाद गेंदबाज डफी, फिशर एंड लेनॉक्स, जिन्होंने आज बहुत शानदार गेंदबाजी की थी। Harry back into the attack with his 4th over. And played again down the ground. Will they get a couple of runs or just a single? Yeah, they just stick to single run. Again plays it onto the onside for a single. And that's a great shot again from Will Young. That's his fourth boundary. Will Young trying to build some momentum in this run chase. And that's another great shot. Harry Bhaiya bowling from round the wicket, pulls it away over the deep mid wicket. One bounce over the boundary rope. With that single, he'll keep the strike in the next over. और इसी के साथ ओवर की समाप्ति हो चुकी है. That's the end of the over. 8 runs coming from it. New Zealand 31 without loss of wickets after 7. And अब तो यहाँ से तो कोई चांस नजर नहीं आ रहा है. I think it's looking like an easy chase. Required 100 is just 2.5. Just need 108 runs now. Win the second ODI. चले यहाँ पे गेंदबाजी में बदलाव. अल्जारी जोसेफ. And that's a welcome boundary. First ball boundary for Alzari Joseph. And it's again Will Young with his 5th now. And there's a lot of improvement in his strike rate as well. 28 of 28 with 5 boundaries. And what a shot again, playing towards that deep square leg. There was no one at the deep boundary of the first ball. That's a good comeback from Joseph after that boundary. Still searching for that first wicket. देखते हैं विकेट मिलेगा या नहीं. आखिरी 3 गेंदें इस ओवर की. ऐसे यहाँ से तो कमबैक करना बहुत मुश्किल होगा वेस्ट इंडीज के लिए. बट देखने वाली बात ये होगी न्यूजीलैंड कौन से ओवर में इस मैच को खत्म करेंगे. Last 3 balls. There's an appeal. And there you go. That's the first wicket. Alzari Joseph strikes in his very first over. But they have gone for the review. तो इसे check ज़रूर करेंगे. So let's have a look. Given for LBW. But now they're gonna have a check. Let's see if there's any bat involved. Yeah, let's wait and watch. It's a good delivery onto the stumps. Will Young tries to flick away, completely misses it. And Alzari Joseph full and angling into the stumps. tries to flick into the square. Alzari is so confident that he starts a celeb appeal. पहले celebrate करना शुरू कर दिया तो देखते there's nothing on the ultra edge. Now let's have a check at the ball tracker. There's nothing on the ultra edge, and yeah, it remains out. Pitching outside of impact in line and wicket sitting, and they have lost their review. Alzari Joseph striking in his very first over. The change has worked for West Indies, bringing back the Joseph. New Zealand 35 for 1, and Will Young departs for 28. And 3 reds on the ball tracking too, which means Will Young departs. And while taking a review with him as well, देखते हैं यहाँ पे कौन होंगे नए बल्लेबाज. Let's see. It's Chapman. Chapman is the new batter at number 3. Chapman 29 innings, 900 plus runs in his ODI career. That was an excellent delivery from Joseph. Two balls to go. With that dot ball, last ball to be played by Chapman. Can he get off the mark of that last ball? Chapman, the left-hand batter, comes to the crease at number 3, and that's dot again to end this over. After that boundary, what a comeback from Alzari Joseph. 4-runner wicket from this over. New Zealand 35 for 1 after 8. चले नए ओवर की शुरुआत सिंगल के साथ हो चुकी है. And there's another change in the bowling attack for West Indies. It's Guyana Moti. Another new bowler has been introduced. 35 innings, 44 wickets in his ODI career. The left-arm spinner. There's a chance of a run out. So let's have a look again. Is there a wicket? They have went for the third umpire. Let's have a look if that's a wicket. क्या यहाँ पे फिर से एक और विकेट का मौका बना है? चलिए देखते हैं. Now chance, and yes, it has been given. Mark Chapman is walking before the TV umpire has taken the call. And yeah, he has way behind the crease. And that's out. Guyana Moti, left arm orthodox, comes into the attack and gets a wicket from the run out. And out on the big screen, Chapman departs without scoring any runs. And बिना खाता खोले यहाँ पे आउट हो चुके हैं चैपमैन. न्यूजीलैंड 35 for 2 after 8.1 overs. And here comes the Daryl Mitchell, the experienced middle order batter for New Zealand at number 4. चलिए देखते हैं यहाँ से मिचेल क्या कर सकते हैं। वैसे अभी भी काफ़ी पीछे है वेस्ट इंडीज़ की टीम, यहाँ से जीतना अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा टफ रहेगा। बट देखते हैं और कितने विकेट्स यहाँ से ले पाएंगे। डैरिल मिचेल 55 इनिंग्स 2700 प्लस रन्स in his ODI career, and that was a bonus wicket for West Indies. मिटेल लुइस थे जिन्होंने थ्रो किया था और शाय होप ने एक्सीलेंट कीपिंग। वैसे रन नहीं था वहाँ पे, बट रिस्क ले लिया और इस बार फंस गए मार्क चैपमैन। And so far it's a good start for Mooti. Left arm orthodox. West Indies trying their best, slip in plays, this time reverse sweep खेलना चाहते थे। Mitchell yet to get his first run. That was a risky run. I think Chapman was not ready. Chapman was not ready for that run, but he falls for it. Just 2 balls to go. Mitchell with his defensive shots. कोई रिस्क नहीं ले रहे यहाँ पे डिफेंसिव बैटिंग करते हुए, बट अभी भी गेम पूरी कंट्रोल में है न्यूजीलैंड के। लास्ट बॉल, will this be a wicket maiden over for Mooti? And yeah, that is a wicket maiden over, but wicket उनके नाम नहीं होगा. It will be a maiden over for him. An excellent over from Mooti. New Zealand 35 for 2 after 9. And Alzari Joseph into the attack again with a second over. चलिए फिर से शुरुआत की है डॉट बॉल के साथ. And that's a good start from Joseph. Back-to-back dot balls. Henry Nichols, 6 of 18. Without any boundaries or maximums. And so far it has been an excellent start for Alzari Joseph. And that's a single. Oh, they'll get 3. And there's a check as well. Let's wait for it. And maybe most probably they'll have a look at that boundary. So let's have a check. And that's a good effort. That's very good effort from the fielder. Saving a run, but they'll get 3. चलिए देखते हैं यहाँ पे बाउंड्री है या नहीं. लास्ट 2 balls. Yeah, I think it's a boundary. It's very close. It's very close. Let's umpire decide it. But from my angle, if his right foot is touching the rope, then it should be a boundary. Yeah, it has been given. It has been given. तो ये तो बाउंड्री था ही, क्योंकि जिस एंगल से मैं देख पा रहा हूँ, he was touching the rope while throwing the ball inside, and that has been given as a boundary. And that's first one for Henry Nichols. With that, he reaches his 10 runs. Last 2 balls. With that dot ball, last ball to go. So far, just a boundary. Just 4 runs so far from this over. देखते हैं आखिरी ball. And that's another 4. Another 4 to end this over. And what a shot again. Couple of boundaries coming from this over. Alzari Joseph. Just lucky one, getting that outside edge over the slips to the third man for a boundary. 8 runs coming from it. New Zealand 43 for 2 after 10, and that's the end of the power play. And then he calls on 14. Darryl Mitchell yet to get off the mark. New Zealand just need 96 runs to win this game. And good Akesh Modi back into the attack, and this time Darryl Mitchell gets off the mark with a single. And so far, it's a decent start. Back-to-back singles, then a dot ball. Left arm orthodox again. Tries for a reverse sweep. Straight to the fielder at slip. And there you go. That's another wicket. And good Akesh Moti now joins the list in the wicket takers. But let's wait for it. They're gonna have a check. It has been given out. but they have went upstairs. And let's see if Mitchell survives it or not. New Zealand just have one review left. The game is looking interesting. TV umpire Alex Waff is going to check this LBW. Yeah, most probably if there is no bat involved, then he has to go. I think it's gonna hit the stumps, so it should stay out if there's no bat involved. Yeah, there is no bat involved. Let's have a look at the ball tracker. Oh, lucky one! Pitching in line and wickets missing. That was very close to the leg stump. And that's a good review from Daryl Mitchell. And review is retained. That's a risky one. And Daryl Mitchell survives with the review. Last two balls, and no, with that dot ball, last ball to go. And just two singles. 2 runs from the over. New Zealand 45 for 2 after 11. And they still need 94 runs to win this game. देखते हैं यहाँ से अभी भी न्यूजीलैंड काफ़ी फेवरेट है इस मैच को जीतने के लिए. Andy Nichols on 15, Daryl Mitchell on 1. And that's the end of the over. 52 for 2. And that's a fine over for New Zealand. Just 7 runs coming from it, and New Zealand are now 50 up. They just need 87 runs to win this game. देखते हैं यहाँ से अब और मुश्किल तो होना नहीं चाहिए. देखते हैं रन चेज यहाँ से कैसा होता है. And good Akesh Modi back into the attack with his third over. Starts off with a dot ball. And there you go. That's another wicket. And there's still hope for West Indies. They're trying their best out, and Modi gets the Henry Nicholas. Another opener tries to sweep it straight into the shot. Shot fine leg. And an easy catch for the fielder at fine leg. New Zealand losing another wicket. And he fails for this delivery. He was tempted to play it and gets trapped. New Zealand 52 for 3 now after 12. Calls. He departs for 17. Tom Latham is the new batter in at number 5. West Indies would be hoping for some more wickets. The game is getting exciting, but they need to do a bit more work with the ball. And the game is still on. Let's see. New Zealand looking for another partnership. And what a way to get off the mark. Tom Latham gets off the mark with a boundary. And what a shot. Bowling over the wicket, just getting lucky, getting past that third man region, getting that outside edge. A lucky boundary for Tom Latham. There was a full length delivery, trying to drive it onto the offside, but getting that thick outside edge where he finds the gap. Last 2 balls. And that will be another dot ball. So far, just 4 runs and a wicket coming from it. Last ball to go. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 4 runs and a wicket. New Zealand 56 for 3 after 13. Latham on 4, Mitchell on 6. And they still require 83 runs to win this game. And there's a new bowler has been introduced, Lois. Whittle Lois. Just 4 runs so far from this over. Last ball to go. And that was very close to the stump. And with that single, that's the end of the over. Swept away into the fine leg for a single to end this over. Just 5 runs coming from it. New Zealand 61 for 3 after 14. Latham on 6, Mitchell on 9. And they still need 78 runs to win this game. Gurakesh Moti back into the attack with his 4th over. Starts off with a dot again. West Indies are way behind in this run chase. They need few more wickets to stay in the competition. With that single, just 1 run on that square leg. Last ball to go. So far, it has been an excellent over from Morty. And dot ball to end this over. Just 1 run coming from it. And that's another tidy over. And I think that will stay dot ball, yeah. Just 1 from it. New Zealand 62 for 3 after 15. Latham on 6, Mitchell on 10, and they still need 77 runs to win this game. And that's another great delivery from Lois, getting some turn. The leg breaker, left arm leg breaker. And getting a lot of turn for Lois. Just 2 balls to go. So far, just 3 from that first ball. Hitting that outside edge. And they ran 3 runs from that first ball. And that's another dot ball. Last ball to go. Whittle Lois. That was another full toss delivery. Straight into the mid wicket. No runs. And let's see from that last ball. And that will be a single. Amount of turn 10 degrees. 10-degree turn. A sharp turn from Whittle Lois. And with that single, that's the end of the over. Just playing it into the short third man for a single to end this over. Just 4 runs coming from it. New Zealand 66 for 3 after 16. Latham on 7. Mitchell on 13. And they still need 73 runs to win this game. That's a great shot from Mitchell. Second boundary of the innings for him. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just a boundary and a single. 5 runs coming from it. New Zealand 71 for 3 after 17. And they still need 68 runs to win this game. Tillo is back into the attack with his third over. This time, Latham getting a single. And so far, just 3 runs coming from it. Let's see, last ball to be played by Daryl Mitchell. Let's see what can we see from that last ball. New Zealand getting close to their winning total. Whittle Lewis with his third over. And that's just a single of that last ball. To end this over. Just 4 runs coming from it. Time for drinks break. New Zealand 75 for 3 after 18. Latham on 9, Mitchell on 20. New Zealand needs 64 runs to win this game. Time for drinks break. We'll be right back shortly. We are back after the drinks break. Good Akish Moti into the attack with the sixth over and begins with a dot ball, and that's a single. To Lewis. Let's have a check. Yeah, it's Moti who's into the attack. New Zealand still looking comfortable in this chase. There is no any kind of pressure. It was nicely played into the point. But again, no runs. Another dot ball. That's another single. Just last two balls left in this over now. That dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 2 runs coming from it. New Zealand 77 for 3. They just require 62 runs more to win this game. And that's back-to-back white balls. Some extra runs for New Zealand. With Lewis missing the line. And now that's the first ball of this over. And that's a great shot from Mitchell. And that's his third boundary of this innings. And kind of expensive start for Whittle Lewis. Just 7 off the first 2 balls. With that single last ball left in this over. A kind of expensive one from Vittel Lewis. 11 runs, and with that single, 12 from the over. Couple of wides, boundaries, singles, doubles. And that's another wide plus single. It's not the end of the over. We have to wait for another ball. And kind of expensive one from Vittel Lewis. Let's see what can we see from that last ball. And two more to add into the tally. And that's an expensive over. 14 runs. Yeah, 14 runs from that over. New Zealand 91 for 3 after 20. And if we do the score comparison, West Indies were 101 for 4 at 20 overs. New Zealand 91 for 3. And then they lost so many wickets in quick succession. Middle order didn't perform well today for West Indies in the first innings. Tom Latham on 13, Daryl Mitchell on 28. New Zealand now need less than 50 runs to win this game. And let's see who's gonna bowl the next over. Harry Bhaiya back into the attack after the power play. With his fifth over. So far just 3 runs. West Indies would be searching for more wickets. But if we look at the partnership, 42 or 48, both the batters are playing responsibly, not taking any chances. They are playing risk-free. And that's the first dot ball of this over. They just need 2 runs every over to win this game. So that's not going to be a difficult task for them. Back dot balls. And there you go. That's the first wicket for Carey Pie. And it's Daryl Mitchell. And that's a big wicket. But is it too late? They still need 45 runs. And what a delivery. He goes into the front foot. Completely misses the ball. An easy stumping for Shea Hope. But the decision is still pending. Let's wait for it. We're gonna have a check. Yeah, looks clean to me. Yeah, there are two things out here. Yeah, but looks fine for me. His stump out. It was way outside the crease. Tried to go for a big one. Completely missing the line. That was another good delivery from Pyer. And New Zealand losing another wicket. And I think that should be given out. Yeah. The check should be over. And Daryl Mitchell should be given out here. Yeah, it's out on the big screen. Mitchell departs for 28. And that was an excellent stumping from Hope. New Zealand 94 for 4 after 21. Kai Pai getting wicket of the last ball. 3 runs and a wicket from this over. And let's see who'll be the next batter. Is it Foxcroft? Yeah, it is. Yes, it is Foxcroft. New batter in at number 6. Whittle Lewis back into the attack with his 5th over. To back dot balls to start a new over. With that dot ball, last ball to go. Just 1 run from the over. Whittle Lewis. This was much better from that previous one. It was expensive on that previous over, giving 14 runs. This one much better. Just 1 run coming from it. New Zealand 95 for 4 after 22. And they still need 44 runs to win this game. And Carey Pie back into the attack with the 6th over. Single off that first ball. And there you go. That's another wicket. Carey Pie. This time he bowled out Dean Foxcroft without scoring any runs. He departs for duck. And that was straight onto the stumps. And Carey Pie getting second wicket. And that was an attacking delivery from Pie. Falling round the wicket straight onto that middle stump. Foxcroft looking to sweep it away but completely misses it. And is bowled out. New Zealand losing half of their side. 96 for 5 after 22. Foxcroft departs for duck. And there's still some hope for West Indies. Let's see. It's Bracewell, the new batter in at number 7. Michael Bracewell. We can see there is some turn for Pie. And so far, if we look at this over, just 1 run and a wicket. And that's a dot again to end this over. And that's a fine over. I would say a superb one from Carey Pie. Just a single and a wicket from it. New Zealand 96 for 5 after 23. Latham on 18, and there's a new batter. Bracewell yet to get off the mark. And they still need 43 runs to win this game. And an interesting fact, both the team lost 5 wickets at this stage of the game. Whittle Lewis back into the attack with the 6th over. Single to begin. And that's 3 singles in a row now. And that's another one. Last 2 balls. And with that, single 100 up for New Zealand. At this 24th over. So far, just 4 singles. Little Lewis, last 2 balls left in this over. And that's another single, a strike rotation between both the batters. Michael Bracewell is off the mark as well in this over. New Zealand still have 5 wickets in hand. Last ball. And with that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Just 5 runs coming from it. New Zealand 101 for 5 after 24. Latham on 21, Bracewell on 2. And New Zealand, they still need 38 runs to win this game. West Indies, they need some quick wickets here to turn up things before things getting one-sided. Let's see, can their bowlers do it or not? Stay tuned, you're watching second ODI only on YooCric. And Carey back into the attack with his 7th over now. Got 2 wickets, 23 runs. And he would be looking for some more here. Trying to build that extra pressure in this run chase. Required run rate is just 1.5. That's a good start. Back-to-back dot balls. With that dot ball, will that be a maiden over for Pyre? Last ball to be played by Tom Latham. And that will be a maiden over for Carey Pyre. An excellent over from Pyre. New Zealand 101 for 5 after 25. And still need 38 runs to win this game. West Indies would be hoping to bounce back from here, but they need some more wickets. Let's see who's gonna bowl the next over. Will it be Lois or there will be a change in bowling attack? And there's a change in attack. Gurakesh Moti with the 7th over. He has been excellent, so economical. Just 2.2 per over. And that's the first run. Where there has been appeal and they have went upstairs. Let's have a look if that's another wicket. And we're gonna have a look. They have went upstairs. West Indies taken a review for the LBW check. Original decision is not out. And let's see what we can see in the ball tracker. There's a player review for LBW. So far, it looks like a fair delivery. I think it's kind of missing leg stump. The decision was turned down. That was a delivery outside off. Latham attempts the reverse sweep, but he misses it. And I think there's no bat involved. So now it's time for ball tracker. Let's have a look at the ball tracker. Yeah, there is nothing on the bat. West Indies has reviewed for an LBW. Okay, pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets missing. And West Indies, they have lost the review. And they need to stick to that original decision of not out. And that was a good decision from the umpire. With that dot ball, just 2 balls left in this over, and that will be just 1 now. So far, it has been a good over again for Moti. Another defensive shot from the batter and single from that last ball. And single on that onside to end this over. Just 2 runs coming from it. 103 for 5 after 26. Latham on 22, Bracewell on 3, and they still need 36 runs to win this game. So far, if you look in this over, just 4 singles. And let's see what can we see from that last ball. Tom Latham, the experienced batter from New Zealand. West Indies, if they can get that big wicket of Tom Latham, they still have a chance to come back in this game. But that would be really tough if Latham is there on the crease. And with that single, that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming from it. New Zealand 108 for 5 after 27. Latham on 25. Bracewell on 5 as well. And New Zealand, they still require 31 runs to win this game. And so far, it's a good start for Moti. And back to back 5 dot balls in a row. Will that be a Madden? Last ball to be played by Latham, and that's a Madden over. Another excellent over from Gudakesh Moti. New Zealand 108 for 5 after 28. And they still require 31 runs to win this game. Vettel lives into the attack. Back to back singles to begin this new over. And that's a great shot from Tom Latham. Boundary of the fourth ball. And over the wicket, just finding the gap over the backward point. And that's squeezed well by Tom Latham, showing his experience with the bat. And that was a high skill shot from Tom Latham. Timing is excellent from Latham. With that dot ball, last ball to go. Let's see from the last ball. And that's a dot ball to end this over. Just 7 runs coming from it. New Zealand 115 for 5 after 29. Latham on 30. Bracewell on 7. Partnership of 19 of 39 balls. And they still require 24 runs to win this game. And Gurikesh Modi into the attack with his 9th over. Starts off with the dot ball. And that's a fine shot from Bracewell. First boundary for him. First boundary for Bracewell in this run chase. And he reaches in double digit now. That's a fine shot. Brilliant one. Good response. Over the covers for a boundary. And that was a risky shot, but he executed it well. 6 runs so far from this over. Just 2 more left. New Zealand are heading close to winning this game. And that's another one. Back-to-back boundaries. And what an over, so a poor delivery. Played it into the backward square leg for a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Bracewell. And things are looking much easier now after those boundaries. And 13 runs is all they require. A single to end this over. And 11 from this over now. Two boundaries and couple of singles. New Zealand 126 for 5 after 30. Latham on 31, Bracewell on 17, and they just require 13 runs to win this game. And here we go, Pacers into the attack now. Alzari Joseph with his fourth over. And two boundaries of that previous over, making things a bit easy for New Zealand in this run chase. Joseph back-to-back dot balls. You're watching second ODI only on YooCric. Match being played at Providence Stadium, Guyana. And back-to-back three singles from this over so far. Last ball to go. And just a single to end this over. Just 4 runs coming from it. New Zealand 130 for 5 after 31. They just need 9 runs to win this game. So far, just 4 runs coming from it. Back-to-back singles. A good partnership between Latham and Bracewell. Run chase has become much easier. Still 2 balls left in this over. But yeah, it was overall good effort from the bowlers of West Indies. Maybe if they have scored around 200, this would have been an exciting contest. And that will be an extra run. With that dot ball, that's the end of the over. Six runs coming from it. New Zealand 136 for 5. And they just need 3 runs now to wrap up the things. And let's see, maybe this could be the last over in this run chase. If you're new on this channel, don't forget to hit that like. Watching second ODI between West Indies and New Zealand only on YooCric. And I think it would be good. Akesh Moti with the next over. Bowling over the wicket. The left arm orthodox. Starts off with a dot ball. Just 3 more needed. Can they finish off in this over? 1 wicket away from winning this game. And just a single now. Just 2 more needed. Just 2 more required now to win this game. It was a quick single at the point for Latham. And third ODI will be played on 16 July, 2:30 p.m. And that would be the last match in Guyana. Then the next 2 matches will be played in Barbados. And that's an outside edge, and it will go towards the boundary. Outside edge and boundary at the third man to end this game. And that was an comfortable chase for New Zealand. There were a few ups and downs, but Tom Latham and Bracewell managed it well to complete this run chase, and New Zealand won this game by 5 wickets. And if you look at the performances so far, and if you look at the scorecard, Henry Nichols and Will Young started really well. Henry Nichols scored 17, Will Young scored 28. Mark Chapman got run out without scoring any runs. Daryl Mitchell, he went out for 28 as well. Tom Latham is not out at 37. Foxcroft went out for duck as well. And the last, Michael Bracewell, building that partnership with Latham to complete this run chase. And if you look at the wicket takers in this innings for West Indies, Khai Phaya got 2 wickets, Alzari Joseph, Good, Akesh Moti getting a wicket each. But if you look at the star performer with the ball, and I would say that would be Jaden Lennox getting 5 on the second ODI. So yeah, that's it. Thanks everyone for joining in. And it was a great pleasure covering this match and presenting it to you. That's it from me for this game. Join us in the next ODI, I would say third one. And this is M. Pappu signing off. To keep joining us for more cricketing action all around the globe. Have a great time. Bye-bye. See you all in the next game.